Good evening and welcome to finals of our Makeathon event.
We are Veronica and Sebastian, your hosts for tonight. After 48 hours of hustling, after 3 workshops, 6 expert talks, 2 team funding events, 1 partners lounge, and also after all of you survived track review, you arrived in the finals. Congratulations to you. Welcome also to all other viewers tonight. Thank you for jumping in and thank you very much for your interest. We'll now have a look what we're actually going to do today.
Okay, let me walk you through our agenda for tonight. So, firstly, we will explain you the Makeathon concept. Then we will introduce you to our amazing jury and partner. And then the final teams will pitch their solutions. Afterwards, we will talk about the prizes, and then we will let you know about our upcoming events.
But now it's time to get you involved already, because we have questions. First, we want to know how many glasses and cups of caffeine drinks have you consumed over the last 48 hours of the making phase. Therefore, scan the QR code with your phone, enter the code on Menti 99266386, or alternatively, also have a look in one of our Slack channels. There, the link will be published. So let us know about you. What type of energy beverage did you have? Because we can feel it, you know. At TUM.ai, we worked very hard over the last evenings and nights. We also had our fair share of night shifts. And so we can really relate to that. And we want to know who actually won it. But before we see the results, we actually also tell all viewers who did not participate in the making what this actually is. It is a 48-hour challenge. And for innovators from different backgrounds to develop AI solutions for real-life business cases. We had several goals. First of all, we had participants had to develop an AI case, develop a project. Another point was to get connected with lots of different people from different domains. And yes, I just have to reshare the screen. 1 second. Just takes a second. But I think after we overcame our starting problems, we are all good to go.
Everything is
at the moment, I cannot share. Just that the back office also knows. I think we will just continue for and then go on. Yeah. So back to the topic. What is the Makeathon? We had innovators from different backgrounds develop AI solutions, business cases, and then we are very happy that we also can give out the awards at the end of our ceremony. One other thing that is very important is that we are looking forward for your comments and emotions while this Makeathon. So please use the YouTube chat and also our Slack channel number 2 to give your comments and your impressions. And also, if you have questions, please raise them. We will be also there for the Makeathon or after the Makeathon. There will not be any 24/7 support anymore. But yeah, just give us some time, but we will definitely reply to you, our most valued participants. And now it is the time to introduce a very, very special person. And I'm very happy that she's here. She's one of our presidents. She's doing her master's in robotics and mechatronics, and she's CETM, and she's super engaged in our community. So I'm happy to have her here on board today. Welcome, Leonie Fleisinger. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Also, a welcome from my side, everyone. My name is Leonie, and I'm one of the TUM.ai presidents, and I'm super excited to welcome you tonight to the Makeathon finals. So it's our third TUM.ai Makeathon. And before I tell you what TUM.ai is all about, let me show you this map. So there you can see where all of the 280 participants and 14 Makeathon partners come from. And this shows us the magnitude of the event. And I want you to see that you are part of this big international community. So let's have a look at what you achieved within the past 48 hours. You solved 9 challenges and built amazing AI prototypes. And I can definitely tell from what I've seen in the track jury. And to achieve this work, you exchanged 14K messages on Slack. And as well, you generated 58 memes, which, like you, is actually slightly more than last Makeathon, but keep on making noise and use again the next hour to really boost it out. What is also quite impressive that during the whole Makeathon, we had 101K post impressions on LinkedIn. So people are aware of the impact you are making. So it has been fun, it has been amazing, and I want to say thank you to all partners who gave us insights into their real-world challenges, to all the experts and the whole Makeathon team who invested their free time with supporting, and to you participants who made this event unforgettable. Now, it's you who worked on real-world company challenges, and it's you who applied AI to solve them. However, most people in companies don't even know what AI is capable of and how to use that value. And this is exactly what we believe in changing with the Makeathon and with TUM.ai in general. And this is why we have to Makeathon. So we connect all students and relevant stakeholders to get involved and actually apply AI. And you have the chance to understand those real-world problems, explore AI use cases, get input from experts, and in the end, develop an AI prototype. The Makeathon is one part of it, but in general, we have 4 projects that we want to reach our goal with. And our goal is actually to include you to shape a future with AI. And exactly by those 4 projects, we make this possible and we offer them you to participate in. So next to our Makeathon, we have the industry projects that are currently running. And there we offer companies from industry, but also NGOs and students to participate in and solve real-world challenges by using AI. Now, compared to the Makeathon, the focus there is on AI prototyping. So the 10 weeks they are running give the chance to develop a full stack AI prototype that can be later on deployed. Besides this, we have also 2 upcoming projects, the AI eLabs and the AI Bootcamp. The AI eLabs we kicked off last year in a special AI4SocialGood edition together with a university in Ghana. And this year we will have a Munich-based version. With the eLabs, we give students the chance to build business cases around interesting AI problems and support them with the mentoring of our venture and business partners. Now, currently, we're most excited about the AI Bootcamp, since it's going to be our first iteration. And the AI Bootcamp, we will kick off at the end of next month to get students from all kinds of backgrounds kick-started with AI knowledge and a round view of current AI trends. Since we will have a lot of sessions or expert lectures in person, we will first of all offer it to our internal members. However, we will try to stream as much as possible for you on YouTube. All of this amazing projects wouldn't be possible without an amazing community. So within the last 1.5 years, we grew to over 100 active members. And as you see, we have 15 different study backgrounds, reaching from electrical engineering to anthropology. And we had 52 nationalities within our last applications. If this all sounds awesome to you, then feel free to join us on our journey. Our application phase is still open until the 7th of May, and this is the barcode. And in case you have any question, feel free to reach out to us. Now, I'm super excited for the final pitches and hope you will enjoy your evening. Thank you, and back to the moderators.
Thank you so much, Leonie. And now we would like to find out who is our Coffee and Records man. So,
let's have a look at the results from the meeting, which will be shared right now. Exactly.
Yeah, excellent. Wow, this is a lot. You also can see it. This is really 25.
Yes, I think we have an average drink of 18.3, but probably also participants. So we have to add it together. So on average, we probably had 36 drinks. So this is nearly 1 drink per hour, if I'm not mistaken. So we saw also a lot. Like there's a peak on the right side, which is close to 100. So this is for me quite an impressive number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the person who drank 100 drinks, please raise your hand. Please not get a heart attack in the next hour.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, we have a lot of medical experts, so you covered. Okay, now we will move to our amazing partners and jury members. And Makeathon would not be possible without them. So, our first jury member, is Judith Richtgen from Siemens Healthineers, and she is an expert in finance. Our second jury member is Dr. David Dunn from Deloitte, and he is specializing at AI and data analytics. Our third jury member is Munir Ahmad Dedmari from NetApp, and he's highly knowledgeable in AI architecture. And our fourth jury member is data scientist, and he's expert from Roche Healthcare Explorers, and it's Dr. Fabian Schmich. And our academic partner is Antoine Lebolier from TUM Venture Labs. And the last but not least, we are really lucky to have Dr. Wolfgang Fein from Infusion in our jury. And yeah, we want to say hello to our jury, and we are pleased to have them.
How are you doing, guys? Maybe the jury can hear us?
Yeah, it would be great if you can hear us.
We can hear you. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here.
Yeah, really a pleasure to be here today. So we are all very excited.
Oh, we're also happy to have you.
At the moment, we're not that super used to this layout today, but I think as soon as we have those technical issues solved, we are ready to rumble. So for the next step, I would like to introduce our jury concept. As you now met our 6 jury members from AI, from business, from the domains, which will judge your pitch. And you also survived the track jury. It's now time to tell you what happens next. We selected 6 finalists out of 40 teams. And just to let you know, also the 40 teams will get feedback from us via mail. But now those 6 finalists will pitch their idea. And they will be judged up on 3 categories, namely business model, 30%, social influence, 30%, and also 40% tech. And the pitch process will be very structured. We will begin with a 5-minute pitch from each of the teams, followed by a 3-minute Q&A through our jury. And then there will be the jury investments. The jury can give coins to each team, and the team with the most or the highest amount of coins wins at the end. And there will be 2 stages. First, there will be the live investment round. Each jury member can invest 6,000 TUM.ai coins per team, which results in 36,000 points per team. Then in the next step, and this will then be the secret pocket money investment, 100,000 coins will be invested by the jury altogether to the best performing teams in our Makeathon. But I think now it's the time to go to the pitches.
Yep, it is a time.
And so let's have a look of our first team on the run.
So hello there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to see the slide for the first team. At the moment, exactly. Our first team is 42. They were part of the education challenge, if I'm not mistaken, but they created their own path. And so I'm very glad that you all are here. And you're now, it's your stage. Please enlighten us about your project, about your prototype, about your business model. And we are very much looking forward to hear your pitch, right?
Oh, yeah. Impress us.
So, can you see my screen?
Are you? Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
So we can see the wrong way
Oh.
at the moment.
Oh.
Can you see that? Yes. Okay. So, hello everybody. I don't know how many people are listening to us. So we target this actually to everyone who has been playing this, not only the selected one, but all the teams that are working with AI. Because sometimes you want to know if your AI idea is good concept even before you start coding. So we present you here But AI Idea. It's a platform that provides you with responsible AI and legal insights for your next AI project and AI use cases. So I'm going to give you an example. Everyone is like already tired of listening so many cases of problems and pitfalls in AI. So bias in IBM oncology, deepfakes, health AI apps that produce wrong predictions, and all these things that you can see in here, they're coming from our real database. We create a real database from 2019 with more than 400 inputs to train our data set and mix with GPT-3. And these will give the solution. So I'm going to give you an example. Imagine that you are like in the last 2 days and you were like basically making your AI idea, but you have a really high-end technology and business profiles in your team, but the team neither has educated in responsible AI, nor trustworthy or regulation. So what is the way to help them? So imagine that you have a team and you are all together and you have a new product idea that measure the heart rate. Then you get that idea, you put inside your concept as an AI idea, and then the system will show you real cases outcome based on your idea. So that means the team gets possible negative outcomes that your idea might have, and this will be used for the system design process, And that's the most important point. What's happened is that the team is at the end more educated, they're more aware, they learn from responsible AI, and the AI system is more responsible because they are prepared for pitfalls. So this is how it looks like, our system at the moment. We have live this, and we have also a second beta that we got this weekend. And you enter your definition, then you receive insights. Actually, in the previous, we did the option, we give the option to the jury to enter their own idea, and then you receive the insights, 1 to 10 insights, with things that can go wrong. So basically, like examples based on this database where they tell you maybe the data set is wrong, maybe you can make bias within the system, and so on. And then you repeat, because we set the temperature down, and that allows you basically to have different outputs and outcomes. So different ideas. So what is the value proposition here? We have a pre-risk assessment. We make not human in the loop, but AI in the loop. And this ideation process saves cost that we will see later. Second, you have actionable insights. So that means that awareness is to support social impact in all AI, not only AI for good, not only one idea on AI, but all ideas. And for the reach, and that's important for us, for the community, for the impact, we are going to have accessible for all. So that means we are going to have a free version, and we'll have another version for the one that they can pay. And why is that important, this pre-assessment? Because if you see here, the earlier that you have the problems highlights, the higher the value creation is, and the lower the price is to change the pitfalls. So that means your team will be prepared in the design for what could happen with our outputs. And you can save between 10 and 100x cost in the development. So who needs this basically? So anyone, so all of you that are watching this, you can profit of this system. Data scientists, decision makers, institutional public research, corporate R&D, business angels, digital consultancy, you jury, that you are like seeing every day a lot of AI application, you can have insights from our system. So what is the product modules? To make it more profitable, we have a free outcomes based on what we have right now. We have the second version, thanks to one of the guys that was like really worried to get the best output on the technology. And that allows you to have more curated outcomes based on the semantics. Then the next one will be regulatory AI outcomes based on the regulations, where they can give you insights based on your use case. Or, and this is the highest profitable one, use case generator, where it can give you use case and case studies with different outcomes. The plans and pricing, free for the one that they cannot afford, and then curate it with a higher price. We might set the price higher probably. The TUM is at the end 1.2 million. I will not go because I might be running out of time, but it's basically we can reach 1.2 million for early adopters. And also we are already in communication with some incubators. So what set us apart? We are really responsible AI focused, and we have a really wide viable reach with this free part. What is the roadmap? We have already today a working prototype, actually 2 versions. We have a legal recommendation model training. We plan to train with all the regulation, not only the European, but the China, NIST, IEEE standards, and so on. Then we will generate the use case generator by September. We plan to make some investment and competition. In the meantime, to make it more sustainable, we are not going to use GPT-3, but we will use GPT-J as an open source. Either way, GPT-3 Palm hopefully will be available soon. And then if we have investment, hopefully, we will increase the team and launch the full dashboard. So meet the bad AI idea. So actually that I will go through because we couldn't be able to put, but Max and David, they're making management technology. Nils is a professional in marketing, and Meli is a specialist on the deep backend. And from my side, I'm
and
just
this is also the end of your, because the time is over.
Can I say one phrase? Just one phrase? And
one more phrase, really, one word.
Yes. So AI for good is nice, but responsible AI for every AI is much better. And the most important, warranty your AI for good and not for bad.
And this was the last sentence. Yeah. Thank you very much for your pitch. Very impressive for me. And now it is time for 3 minutes of Q&A with our jury. Who would like to ask the first question?
Let me go the first. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Really, hot topic right now these days, because we see that AI projects can go to the production, but we can, have some problems afterwards with the regulatory and all that. But my question question is really about, like, without knowing the data and the quality, how is your system able to come up with the insights about the whole AI application? So we can give some ideas that might be also biased, because as a human, I can write something which is not exactly what my project is going to do or what my team members are thinking about it. But my data speaks a lot. So is there anything that you're integrating from data as such?
Of course, yes. So first of all, I don't know if you know about Palms, but Palms is a human-in-the-loop modified GPT-3 that OpenAI has been coming up, and it's basically unbiased in a way of better outcomes. So more than 100 people have been like controlling the output. That will be one option to debias the modules that we're using, and especially all the systems. You need to think about the application itself. So we are giving bad outcomes. So the more bias that you have in there, the better it's going to be for your insights. And second, we use a curated database or all the news. So we will filter the news based on reliable sources, not to have any fake news. But basically, this is just as a, let's say, as a motto for generating the text that can give you ideas on what can go wrong. So that might not affect for the insights itself.
I have a quick question. Can I, or do I need to be?
Go ahead.
No, you can just go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happens if you run your business idea, your pitch through your own platform in a way recursively?
Yes, we received this question already, and we expect we didn't try, but we expect to receive go ahead.
I have another question. So I think it's a really cool idea. Thanks for sharing that. So I was wondering, how do you judge the severity of pitfalls during your training, right? So while one team may struggle a lot with problem X, another team may easily solve that. So how do you factor that in the rating or the severity of possible pitfalls?
Yeah. So basically, we have a let's say a heterogeneous list of 400 plus based on like open facts that happen already. That's one of the things I couldn't say. But we took actually like real cases that happen already, and these are actually the let's say the motto that they're going to work in the GPT-3. So we plan to actually we were doing some scrapping, and we plan to do this also. And exactly in this part, we plan also to let's say to extend the severity of the pitfall to give more or deepen idea. But even though the system already work in the newest version, system already work that you can ask specifically some problem that might happen. So that means if you say what happened with my database in a health tech app, he might give you some insight about what could happen in this area only.
And so thank you very much for these great answers and the great questions. I think now, like for me, it was very interesting how you can actually integrate social entrepreneurship with all of your AI ideas. Maybe another question from my side, Manu, is there any issue with the business model? Because sometimes social causes also reduce your profit at the end of the day. Or what is your take on that?
So our discussion was really long because that's let's say to make profitable and to make let's say social is kind of challenging, or it was in the past. We don't think this is the case anymore, because the people and let's say the society is already prepared for that. If you see about the decision that Facebook or WhatsApp make in terms of privacy, we are going already into responsible AI, and there's some decision going into responsible AI that's going to happen. For our case, we want to reinforce this, and then we didn't prepare this for the main deck because it was education. We target for the education, but basically to make a really strong. If you think about the investment on the AI project and how 57% of the corporation workers, they are ready already for responsible AI. We prepare Faith, for example, as a persona, which is actually a management in consultancy. And this person moved more than 1,000 directly related use cases. This generates a lot of cost improving.
Yeah.
And also, just one sec, and also VCs that they can have actually some insights. And there is where generating the value proposition for the let's say for the business plan to extend to enterprise to let's say reinforce the business plan itself.
Sorry to interrupt here, Manu, but I think it's time now for the first round of investments of our jury. And I think Judith, you're first in line. So looking forward for your investment.
So for my investment, So from business perspective, I think this would be something really, really great if it really works and we can reduce a lot of cost where you just learn at the very end and you show it very clearly about it. I'm not so sure if everybody would invest 20 euro or 25 euro per month, yeah, from the model. This would be something I would request if who is the real customer behind. And therefore, I would give here 5,000 points for the business perspective. Technical, as you showed that you already have cases, that your platform kind of with those AI use cases is growing. I fully trust in you. You already get 6,000 from me. And from the influence you're getting here, I would ask you about thinking about your business model in total, because you talked about open source. Maybe you have another idea what you can do to broaden your influence and get more customers. And therefore, I also give here 5,000.
All right, David, now your turn.
First of all, also thanks from my side. I really enjoyed the pitch. So how I would like to invest is on the social impact. I think it's clear for me, so I would invest there 6K. From a biz point of view, I think I'm not really a fan of a user per month or subscription. Maybe we could think about a query-based model. So therefore, I just would invest 4K for that, and the tech stack I think looks very solid. 6K from my side. Thanks.
How about you?
Yeah, from my side, from the business side as well, I'm going to start with the business. It's a great business model, right? As I mentioned earlier, like responsible AI and right now is a hot topic. But I was not really convinced about like what is the, let's say, how do we get the return on investment? And that was not clear to me. And for that purpose, I'm going to give 4,000 for the business. And from the technology side, as I kind of mentioned that during my question, that this is really great. I can write something about my project. I get some feedback, but I really want is that I use my data from a particular use case and get some insights about that as well, rather than only typing the context about the projects. So for that purpose, I'm going to give for the technology 4,000. And innovation, really cool as a key performance index if we consider those aspects about the whole project. For that, it's 5,000 from my side.
How about you, Fabian?
Yeah, I think from a technical point, we haven't seen any code or anything, but I think you guys convinced me. I'll give you 5,500. I think it's a cool idea that you're following there, and it sounds like it's well done. From a business point of view, I was also not fully highly relevant and a good topic. I 5,500.
And Antoine?
Okay, so thanks for the presentation. I think that we should always remember that these presentations are not easy to do, and you've done a very good job of doing this. The question that I had as a whole was whether you were trying to target social media, basically consumer platform, or if you were targeting data scientists. And I thought it was something that I was struggling all through the presentation. So I would say that the business side is the one where I am a little unclear. I give you 3K. I feel that the tech is interesting, give you 4K. And I think that from an influence and a social impact, this is where this is very strong, give you 5K.
And at last, I would like to invite Wolfgang.
Yeah, so business, it was mentioned already, especially for startups, they would basically just want to ask you once or 2-3 times within a month before they go ahead. So the monthly pricing is probably difficult, but then you also did a lot of predictions and good numbers. I'll give 3.5 for that. The technology stack is, I don't know details, but I guess it's mostly off the shelf, but working well and tailoring it on such a meta level of information is probably impressive. So 4,000 for that. And influence, I was hoping you had an innovation category because this is crazy innovative, right? Also, your name is really amazing. And I'll use that a little bit to basically argue that the potential influence, if such meta AI tools have a broader applicability, this is very powerful. So I give 5,500 for that.
So thank you very much, Julie, for your investments in the first live round. It is now time for our computing power in the back calculates the overall score for the team. We will just wait for it a bit. Meanwhile, for us to see how the team reacted to all the questions, right? And now we get the first round of investments, 42. We have 29,550, so quite close to 30,000.
Exactly, they scored very good, but actually they have a really interesting business idea.
That's true.
Okay, I think it's time to move to our second finalist team, and it's the Czech group, and they did a challenging educational track, which was provided by the Initiative for Humanities and TUM.ai. So it would be great if you can share your screen and start the pitch.
Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. 1 second, I will share my screen. All right.
You can see your screen.
Excellent.
Perfect then. Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria, and I'd like to introduce you to CheckBay, our tool that makes online content fact-checking quick and easy. Maybe you'll ask yourself why you should even double-check information that you see online. Well, I guess most of you are aware of the danger associated with disinformation spreading faster and faster in an online environment. If we look at examples of recent years, for instance, the political election campaign in 2016 in the US, we could observe how targeted disinformation campaigns can influence political opinion forming on large portions of the population. A more recent example would be the observable loss of trust in politics and media during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not to mention the general threat that disinformation that is spread throughout the population can have on democratic processes and human rights. So how can we actually curb the spread of fake news? What is generally important is that people are able to make informed judgments about the validity of information disseminated on the web. However, realistically speaking, this is not as easy as it sounds, because first of all, it's a huge time effort, and secondly, it's more often than we think do we actually oversee misinformation because we do not recognize it as being untruthful. Our solution to this issue is CheckBay, the tool that makes the magic work for you. So CheckBay is actually a web extension for Chrome that fact checks Twitter posts while you are scrolling in the social media app. It is displayed whether the content that you are currently looking at can be confirmed by other media found online, for example, newspapers, magazines, or journals. Additionally, the links to the resources provided are directly accessible, so directly displayed next to the posts that you see, so you're only one click away from building your own informed opinion on whether the information you see is true or not. But how do we make this great idea profitable? Well, generally, our users are people who want to access news via social media platforms. And to make a huge impact, we want to keep the service free for those users. However, to make a profit, we specifically target researchers, such as journalists, scientists, to use our premium model, which gives them access to premium or advanced research assistance tools. For example, we will form strategic alliances with digital media providers like newspapers to give our premium users exclusive access to selected content on those, so that our customers do not have to have a full subscription of all the content to access one article. Additionally, what makes us unique and distinguishes us from our competitors is that we avoid a classification bias of news in not letting our algorithm decide whether the information is truthful or not, but we believe that our users trust themselves the most. So our users will get all the resources they need at hand directly on the post and they need to click on it and build their own informed opinion on that. Also, our user interface is unbeaten as we have a seamless integration of our service while scrolling through social media. The journey doesn't end here. We want to grow, and we actually see that there is a huge potential for it. Our total accessible market are 4.65 billion social media users worldwide, which is more than half of the world's population. Also, our main resource, online content, is already available at hand, and new content is created every day. Additionally, we have established a 5-stage roadmap to success, starting with publishing our first prototype as a free browser extension of Twitter, and then enhancing our services and features until we finally extend our offering to all online content available. And with that being said, I'll hand over to my colleague Alexander.
Thank you, Victoria. Now let us take a quick look at our prototype. On the right-hand side, you see a regular Twitter account from a user perspective. And you see at first that in the very first post, a woman claims some facts about the recent interview of the German Chancellor on gas embargo, for example. Our algorithm, our application will allow our users to check this information for validity, and it will basically scrape through all possible internet resources. And if there are any resources that could in any way validate this information, our users will get all the links to the respective resources and will see for themselves and will be able to double check this posts. And if you look on the left side, you see that Max Mustermann at the very bottom, he made up a story about a spaceship with Elon Musk on board.
Alexander,
and we all know that this is...
I'm so sorry, but your time is up. You can say a couple of sentences and then we need to move on.
I just wanted to say that we see a very made up story and our algorithm would not allow our user to see this information as confirmed, and will let the user know that there is no valid proof of this information. And that's how our application works.
Thank you so much. And now we can jump to the answers and questions between you and our awesome jury.
Can I try? Can I start?
But in the later versions, we'll try to actually find also the contradictory informations to specific posts.
I would have a question. Oh, sorry. A question regarding your business model you have behind. So what is, from your perspective, the main KPI where you measure the impact for the customer?
So I would say that the very main KPI is actually the spread of resharing or retweeting, as we say, the posts that contain unconfirmed information. And we found a statistic that the unconfirmed posts, so posts that have no valid proofs, are to 70% more reshared than posts that actually contain truthful information. And one possible KPI will actually be the decrease of this percentage. So we want to make sure that we decrease this to a very bare minimum of, let us say, 20% at most.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. I think we can take one short question and then, yeah. Somebody want to ask a question, jury?
Have you tried if this gives you real-time analysis, or do you have a delay in trying to do the analysis?
This actually gives us a real-time analysis of because we take the content from the web page that is generated dynamically, and we also send dynamical requests to our APIs, and our users receive real-time responses. So let us say if we scroll down, the Twitter or any other social network will update itself, and we'll also get new proofs and validations of tweets.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, if it would be okay, I also have a short question to you, team. So, like, we all know that Wikipedia is a huge information provider, and we all know that it's sometimes can get very messy. And yeah, would you plan to partner or like provide your services to this huge platform?
Yeah, we actually considered providing the information about, so to say, unconfirmed tweets to the big players. So they could potentially also inform users about that, because we cannot change the source code of social networks. It can only be done by the major players themselves. So we would collaborate with them and inform them on the unconfirmed information that is spread across their social networks.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing with us, Alexander. And now we will move to a jury's assessment. Yeah, jury, please give up your precious coins. I think we can start. It would be great if we can start with David. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. So I love this idea. So I think it could be a really game changer if implemented right. So for the social category, 6K. From a business point of view, I think just not a question from my side. Why wouldn't you just charge companies directly? Because I think they would also benefit from preventing fake news, right? If they think about reputation damages, etc. So I think there's still a lot of work to make it a profitable business, and therefore I would just invest 1K here. From a tech point of view, I think I like the idea of a web extension. I think there's less risk in implementing it, but I think the challenges here would be to be able to track back or include information from a history, so from the past basically, and not only to have a static judgment on that. So here I would invest 3K.
Okay. Yeah, and now we will move to Mune. Please share with us your opinion and name your coin.
Great idea. Really needed these times, right? Like fact checking, we don't know if the news is real or not. So amazing. From the business side, I was impressed that you have a targeted audience in mind first, and then you grow later on. That's really amazing. And for that, I'm going to give you 5,000, and you already are working with some media players out there. So that's great. From the, let's say, innovation side, and I'm a little bit hesitant because you mentioned that you're checking and scrapping the content. So credibility of that content is important. And how do I make sure that is credible that you're using inside your algorithm? And in that, I'm going to give, let's say, 4,000 for the influence. And for the tech side, really nice, take that web extension, easy to use. Everybody is using browsers, perfect. But I guess right now it's only for the Twitter, and later you can grow. That's good. But I was still missing like what AI you use, like for what did you use some kind of machine learning, deep learning over there? I didn't get a much understanding and insight about it. While as this Makeathon was for the AI, so I wanted to see that as well. I'm not saying you didn't use it, but I just wanted to hear what happened under the hood. And for that purpose, I'm going to give 3,000 for the technology piece.
Okay, excellent. Now we will move to Fabian. What is your opinion?
Yeah, I really like this. I think this is such a relevant topic. I will give you 6,000 for the influence, and because I think it's a really great effort and very much needed to improve in this direction. So Well done. I think for the business, I wasn't quite convinced. I think I like the idea to bringing traffic to pages and so on. I'm not sure this is enough to be really profitable, so I'll give 4,000 here. For the tech, I think I really quite like what I saw, but as a user, I had the feeling a little bit that I'd like to see some sort of integrated probability of validity as a sort of glimpse in addition to sort of being linked out to the pages. But I still give you 5,000 on that end.
Okay, excellent. Antoine, you're next.
So just like everyone, I think the influence part is a full 6K. This is great. I think that everyone, I agree with all the members of the jury who've spoken so far how important this is. I am less concerned about the business element, because if you get it right, if your technology is right, you basically have got the whole world on your feet. I still believe so. So I would also enjoy the fact that you have a quotation of someone from the press who is saying that they would actually really use this thing, which means that you've spoken to someone from the press. So this is why I probably give you, a 5K on the business side. So the whole thing, the net is going to be, is the technology working, and also, does it work for real time? So are you going to be targeting for, say, for consumer, or can you have some type of build historical data to be able to identify people that should be banned from Twitter after 5 minutes? So this one I don't know, but I like the whole thing, so I give you 5K because I really think this is such important and well done and great presentation.
Excellent. Now we would like to hear the Wolfgang.
Yes. So you're changing the order every time. That's fun.
A little bit.
So influence, yeah, everything has been said before. This has huge impact. So I'll also give 6,000, but I don't know where I can mix that with the other categories. You will also have huge competition, and you have to find your role among the big tech players that want to at least provide APIs for that as well, and some interfaces and stuff like that. The business, I'm a bit concerned. It's true that if it scales, it will be extremely powerful. But on the other hand, it's very hard to charge for a browser plugin or any plugin for consumers. The first pitch was B2B. This is B2C, which makes it harder to make money. And that you want to charge journalists doesn't make it easier, because they don't have much money either. They probably also need to find new business models for themselves. So I'll give 2,500 for that. And for the tech stack, this will be challenging also, but also with many people working on that, many open source solutions, and I haven't seen much on the other hand, so I'll stay neutral there. I'll give 3,000 for now.
Okay, excellent. Judith, now we would like to hear your final opinion.
Well, I clicked the wrong button, so back again. As already said, you really solve a problem, and this is so great. It would be so necessary. So absolutely 6,000 for the social aspect. So no discussion about it. But now going to the business aspect, this is something, I fully believe as soon as you have technically something where people say that's it, and you get during your experiments and the voices who use it, really the proven outcome, I think the business model will follow. But as I saw it right now, I would broaden it. Yeah, it's too sharp just to look on some researchers, and maybe you relook in that again. So therefore 3,000 from my side. And technical, I hope you thought it very well through. I would give and trust in it with 5,000.
Okay, excellent. And now we're
looking to the overall waiting for it a bit. I personally very much like the idea, because sometimes I also can relate to the fact that I don't know actually what is true, not sometimes a bit of context.
Exactly. I also can agree on it, because I have a grandparents, and it's really easy to trick them. So I would like that information will be kind of checked.
And now having a look at our investment ranking, we see that the Czech crew did not completely make it up to 42. But don't forget and don't lose hope, because there's also the second round, right?
Yeah.
Investments coming up.
Secret pocket coins.
So there is still some gains to be made. But now coming from the social impact of education and media to another area of social impact, which is the environment track. And so I'm very happy that this team also made it to the finals, because I'm personally very much interested in food and in agriculture. So let me present you the team Bonk, who started with the challenge satellites, startups, and sustainability from the challenge provider Start Munich. Welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Excellent, excellent. So far, so good. Please feel free to share your screen. And let us know when you're ready to pitch. We can see it.
Ready when you are.
Go.
Enabling sustainable farming and increasing crop yields using satellite data. Bonk. So what is the idea behind our work? Nitrogen is the main limiting nutrient for plants' growth and needed for chlorophyll to get energy from the sun. Both an excess and lack of it causes problems in terms of crop growth, health, and total yield. But excessive fertilizers can lead to soil yield degradation due to the wrong usage, pollution, and greenhouse gas emission. It is also a very hot topic for farmers, as it costs about $150 to $350 per hectare, which amounts about 30% of their expenses. It is then clear how pivotal and optimal usage of the fertilizer is. But what's the status quo? The status quo for nitrogen analysis consists of soil analysis that requires expensive hardware and is inaccessible to small and medium-sized farmers. Our solution, on the other hand, utilizes satellite data to reliably estimate nitrogen concentration on demand anywhere around the world, even in remote regions where there is no infrastructure to perform the expensive chemical soil analysis and at a fraction of the cost. The target customer that we thought of is, in principle, any kind of farmer. As you can see in the chart, the average farm size varies a lot depending on the geographic location. While in the US, the average farm size is huge. In other regions, especially in the developing world, like India, it is considerably smaller. And our solution could prove itself invaluable for these very people, providing them with an inexpensive and on-demand intelligence from above that they could not otherwise afford. Just to give a reference, the market size for fertilizers is huge, and it is on the rise. In this context, enabling even a small reduction in the use of fertilizers would have a huge impact on farmers' production cost and consequently also on our revenue. The preliminary business model that we thought of is information as a service. We thought of 3 possible plans: 1 free trial with open source, low quality data and limited surface monitoring, 1 premium plan with higher resolution images, and an ultimate plan with highly accurate imagery and integration with other software and additional features. Speaking now about competitors. In this picture, you can see on the bottom ones, they're using in-place expensive hardware for soil analysis. And on the top left, they're providing an estimate about the biomass at any given location and exploiting the so-called vegetation index by doing so. We, on the other hand, we go a step further. We utilize several indicators, among which is also the vegetation index itself. But we also extract a direct estimate on the nitrogen concentration in the soil, and that is our unique selling point. We can provide real-time analysis, and we focus on the soil nitrogen. So for doing so, our work is based on cutting-edge research work of Kusem, published in Nature just last year. Their data set is also being used by us to train our model, as there are still no other data sets that try to address this challenge. Our MLP regression model exploits multispectral images and other features built on top of it, like the vegetation index that we mentioned, to predict the soil nitrogen quantity, as you can see in the heat map on the right. Here you can see some more different visualizations of the estimates. For example, in the top right, an estimate of excess use of nitrogen. Regarding our roadmap, after this hackathon, we would need to fully understand the market and to fully develop our MVP into a final product, as well as onboarding early users. After that, we would keep on developing and adjusting our product and reach a stable version with more features, and maybe in the future also help Matt with his crops on Mars. We have diverse backgrounds in computer science, management, and several different engineering disciplines, and some of our team already worked together during last year's Makeathon and actually placed third. Therefore, we ask you to invest in the future of sustainable farming with your TUM.ai coins, enabling sustainable farming and increasing crop yields using satellite data. Thank you very much from Team Bonk.
Thank you very much. I think one thing that you have to explain us is the well-sounding word bonk, and not it's kind of getting mistaken with. I think I don't know where. I think in France the one child says bonk to his father. Yeah.
Really?
You should watch Friends all 8 seasons, and then you will figure it out. Anyway, the next step would be the Q&A with our jury. Maybe also somebody knows Friends. I think the target group is maybe a bit too young in our Makeathon to actually know that. So please go ahead with your questions.
Have you done any? Oh, wait, Antoine. Okay, have you done any algorithmic changes to what they did in last year? The nitrogen from satellite images. Is there some on top innovation on that?
It's mostly minor because, of course, we wanted to replicate the outstanding result that they obtained, which means that they achieved a 10% relative error, which is for this kind of images is really a high quality result. So we try to just mess a little with the hyperparameters, but we do not change it from scratch. Also because basically we just use the grid search method and the random search method to find the best performers. So we use like an holistic approach. We tried also support vector machines and we just picked the one that performed best.
Can you?
Sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't clear who is exactly your target customer for these. I mean, I can see the impact on the science. I wasn't clear who is exactly the target customer and if you have had discussion with some of them.
Well, in principle, as we said, the target customer is any farmers at all. But most likely, the target customer to which we may be able to bring the most benefit are small to medium-sized farmer, because of course they do not have the huge resources of farmers, for example, in the USA, and they will just do it for themselves with expensive hardware on soil. So the target customer you can think of small to medium-sized farmers.
And maybe I jump in here, Alessandro. What are they willing to pay for it if they are smaller farmers, as you said, if they are not the big ones?
Yeah, we have in the slide on the business plan. Basically, our pricing model, the pricing model that we think of, that we thought of, is based on hectares. So basically, they on demand can choose which part of their field to monitor, and depending on how much of it needs to be monitored over time, they can pay something that is $2 to $4 a hectare per year. So it's really something not really expensive, not even comparable to other technologies.
Mm-hmm.
What is the consumption model here? Like, how are these farmers going to consume this? Is it app-based or something like that?
Come again, sorry?
What is the consumption model here? Like, how are these farmers going to use your technology? Is it some kind of app, some APIs you're giving access to, or what is happening?
Well, of course, we had a demo that we were not allowed to show, but basically the idea is that, for example, this is you could have a website, and they can just call an API or just insert the coordinates of their field, and of course. We would provide the result and also the suggestion besides. or for more advanced package, for more advanced subscription, we could work with them, providing them also integration to apps or other software.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive answer to the questions. It is now time for the jury to think about their investments. And yeah, for me, it was very interesting about the pitch and also about the Q&A that actually the amount of money spent for this service is not flatly, but is actually increasing by the amount of hectares that are purchased, which basically also give small farmers the chance to profit from it. Yeah, for me also quite interesting was the topic about the satellite pictures that you can actually assess.
Analyze them. It's really pretty cool, and that you showed even several samples. It was really very interesting.
It gave me a good impression. And now also, I think a Halfgang, there's a pattern how we will ask the jury on their investments.
Yeah, sorry.
So, but I think this is something that you will figure out in the course of our Makeathon, and maybe we'll ask for it later. But now the first investment can be done with Munir.
So yeah, amazing idea. I like the presentation. Thank you so much for presenting the idea. Really great. And considering you had limited time, like only 48 hours, if I am not wrong, and I was not expecting that you might have a lot of time to change the models, but you figured out the right model at the right time, and kudos for that, and you implemented that. But I was not, as I mentioned, like how it's going to be consumed. Satellite based for the farmers, they might not be having access to the internet or, a lot of things. It's a remote, you mentioned remotely. So how is that going to be solved, right? That kind of problem. So 5,000 for that, because you implemented the model and properly mentioned how at least we can consume it from the web. From the influence side, I mean, there is no doubt, right? Nobody is going to argue here that there is no potential here from that perspective. Like crop growth and the impact of N2, both production-wise will save the cost on top of that environment, right? So for that purpose, I'm going to give you full $6,000. And for the business side, demand is everywhere. So we don't need to worry about that. The target audience, like as I mentioned, farmers, you had to think about technology. Sometimes it might be cultural, like you had to give them some kind of knowledge sharing or something so that they get kickstarted. And for that purpose, I'm going to give 5,000 in the business side as well. Thank you.
Up next is Fabian.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Great presentation. Thank you so much. So on the influence side and the social side of things, of course, it's a really highly relevant topic and so on, but I wasn't quite sure whether sort of solving nitrogen level or monitoring nitrogen level is really enough for solving all sorts of farming related problems. And then I was wondering if you have a small field, right? Wouldn't it just be simpler to just monitor nitrogen levels with a sensor instead of investing into something like this? So I'll only give 2,500 on that end. On the business side, I think for sure the market is really huge, and I also like the fact that it scales with the size of the field, right? So that sort of it's cheaper for smaller fields and so on. But I wasn't quite sure where you get your live or your sort of updated satellite data from and so on. So for me that wasn't quite clear. So 3,000 on that end. On the tech side, I would have really liked to see some sort of more innovation. I know it's a very limited time and so on, and also kudos from me for getting that flying. But I would have liked to see some sort of addition or twist to that in addition to the published method. So 3,000 on that end.
And up next is Antoine.
So on the influence side, I struggle a bit to try. I can see the advances in technology and why this analysis is something that is important. I'm still struggling to see exactly how it translates totally. So I give you only a 4,000. On the tech, I have a concern, which is that, yes, you've done this work, and I can see really how this was done, and I agree with Fabian, this was something that wasn't recorded in a small amount of time. I'm not 100% clear on the packaging. I feel that this is basically core research work. I'm starting to struggle to see how it translates into a full product. On the business side, this is where I feel that I have the biggest issue, and I could be wrong. But you got this concept of people who are early adopters who like to take the latest technology. And these are the people that I'm sure that Fabian and Judith and Wolfgang and Numir and David are talking to. And I'm not sure whether the farmers are people that are, especially the mid-sized farmer, if there are people who are actually taking this sort of technology. I feel that when I look at those which I know, I'm actually Swiss, and I know I've got a number of farmers which are living close to my little village and who are making wonderful wine. And let me tell you, they are totally technophobe. So if you come and you say, great, AI and so on, they are going to look at you as if you are coming from planet Mars or you are an old guy who watches Friends.
So we are definitely in for the wine, Antoine. Maybe we can visit you in Switzerland. And now it is Wolfgang's turn.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, influence is very high. Obviously, I give 500. It's a very important domain. Business, this is again sort of B2B, especially if relating to Antoine's question, you go, let's say, through some distributor who knows how to talk farmers into innovation, like the one selling them the tractors or something. So there will be a way to do that if you cooperate with certain distributors, I guess. And you made some due diligence, you checked the competitive landscape and stuff like that. For 4,000 overall, I would say, and there's a good chance. Tech, yeah, it's impressive that you implemented already a very advanced solution, but it's out there. So whether it's also patented or something, but you need to somehow beat the state of the art. So overall, it's all about whether you can get market share and you can beat the state of the art. Because if any of your competitors, if there is a way to do this without extra hardware, which some of the competitors do, anyone will jump on it, obviously. So it's worth a try, and you did some due diligence. So I like it. Yeah, I think I said 3,500 for tech.
Thank you very much for your assessment. And now it's Judith. How do you invest?
Yeah, I like the idea so much about that. There's no infrastructure needed, and therefore I think if you really get that real time, it's amazing. And I also like very much that you brought in the competitors, which solutions are already out there, very well presented. So from the social aspect, absolutely 6,000 points, because this is something I think, especially for the small farmers, this will help. But as already mentioned, I think we need a frame who helps those farmers that they are interested in your solution. And maybe also a social funding, which overtakes here, that you bring it in a different perspective, and maybe that this money is not paid by the small farmer, but yeah, convincing wherever you use it in a different frame. Yeah, I rethink it. I think there can be also other solutions. Therefore, from that business perspective, I would give 4,000. And from the technical solution, as already mentioned, if it really works, as you said, that you have real-time analysis, then you can do it every day. Then you can also bring in maybe an alert at whatever. So it's a lot of more you can do there. And therefore, I would give 5,000.
And now the final word is
So first of all, thanks a lot for your presentation. I think I agree with most of the points that has been addressed before. I think here what was missing, or what is missing for me, is domain knowledge rather than have the newest technology in place. So therefore, I would social influence 6K, no doubt. The business model, I think it's difficult, as mentioned before, to convince farmers to invest in such a technology. Therefore, just 2K. From a tech point of view, also has been mentioned, it's not a USP. It's already out there. Everyone can do it. So 3K from my side.
Dear Jury, thank you very much for this round of assessment. I think you also give us very deep insights what your thoughts were while the pitch. And this really also helps the teams to understand where they could improve and where they feel really quite good. And this is also what we see now in our third round. Now, this is the investment overview. We still see that 42 is upfront, then followed by Czech Crew, and now on third place with Bonk.
But still, I think jury was very generous.
After all, I mean, we have to be thankful that they're making it with us today.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are very glad, and but nevertheless, don't forget around 2 still coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
But now it's already we are already 1 hour 15 in, and so I think it is time for a break. So grab a drink, and we will see us exactly in 10 minutes.
Exactly. And shortly, thank you so much, the first 3 teams, for your pitches. And yeah, thank you a lot.
See you at 19:26.
live. Okay, welcome back. And I hope you enjoyed your short break. And now we will go straight to our fourth finalist team, and it's Covision. And they did a healthcare track, and challenge provider was Landeshauptstadt München. So don't laugh at me. So now they will present us. And yeah, team, please put your pitch deck and share it to us. Covision.
So at the moment, I think we still need to bridge a bit of time. For me, this was quite an interesting challenge because I've never thought about that blind people cannot see corona rapid tests, something that we actually do every day. Yeah. And also not that easy, right? With the recognition of the different tabs.
Yeah. Of course, and like that you can improve actually the farming ecosystem with the satellite pictures, and like it's not our daily life, honestly.
At the moment, I think we're still waiting for the team. I'm not sure if we have a connection yet. But we will maybe continue a bit to talk about this challenge. I think it was brought to us by the IT department from the Landeshauptstadt München. Yes. And they had the challenge to first, because there are lots of blind people also in Germany, and sometimes it's not that easy for them to do a COVID test. And I think this was something that we did during the lockdown for quite some
regularly.
Really. Yeah, probably when you went to work you had to do it. When you went to university, you had to do it, and also when you just wanted to make sure that you're healthy, you also had to do it. And I think this really it was an issue for blind people. So this is why we are now super happy that we have Covision now sharing their slide deck. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
We see your screen. Maybe you can put it on full screen as well. Mm-hmm. And then you have 5 minutes time to pitch.
Perfect. So let me tell you about our project Covision. Since the pandemic, antigen is an important tool to control the virus. They offer fast, affordable, and can be done at home. The problem is that these tests are inaccessible for the visually impaired and blind people. This is because they are complex and they require a visual guide. Also, the final result is only visual. So, as a solution, we have developed Covision, the assisting app for visually impaired users. Covision has an optimized UI, which offers easy interaction. With the help of our auditory guide, which scans a barcode, you can get the instructions to do your test. Next, once you have the result, we use your live camera to automatically detect when a test is in the frame and tell you the results, so there's no interaction necessary. Finally, we use AI to classify the results and tell you if your result is positive, negative, empty, or unknown.
All right, so maybe you ask yourself, how exactly does it work? How does our app work? So we are making use of two AI computer vision architectures. The first one is for object detection of the rapid test. There we use the YOLO v5 architecture. And the second model is the classification model, which takes the cropped image of the rapid test and classifies it for the 3 different classes. It's either positive, negative, or invalid. And both models achieve over 90% in their corresponding metrics, which is the mean average precision for the object detection and the F1 score for the classification. Yes. And what are the customer benefits we bring? So the user is completely independent. He can make or she can make the test anywhere and anytime. The usage is really easy, efficient, and straightforward. Our model is really accurate. because of the use of machine learning. And during the whole process, the audio guide guides the user through the steps. So to wrap it up, with CoVision, visually impaired can perform rapid tests now on their own.
So currently, visually impaired users have two possible solutions. Firstly, it's Be My Eyes, an app which connects them with visually abled volunteers, or in-person tests. However, CoVision is a solution that offers independence for users. It's efficient, so doable at home, and also flexible, doable at any time. For example, for Be My Eyes, users are reliant on volunteers, and in-person tests, they are reliant on the workers. Also, you cannot do this test, let's say a holiday or at midnight, since no workers or volunteers might be available. We have vision should be free for everyone. We do not want to limit the social impact. We want to reach as many people as possible, as fast as possible, so that we can help end the pandemic sooner. Now you might ask how for free we would then fund this app. So our 5 years operative cost amounts to 2,000 euros only, which coincidentally is also the price for this hackathon. And also because our machine learning model is run on device and not on a server. Now I show you our roadmap. Today we will start with our beta version, and we will collect feedback and improve with the duration of 2 months until our official rollout in July. We will then try to expand to global in October. Now I will pass to Rafael.
In the future, we plan to add a document, object, and pregnancy test scanner to make the life of our users more independent. Like we said, the COVID test recognition will remain completely free. However, the new features are part of our monetization strategy, so they are only available for our premium subscription users. Let's have a look at our market size. When we consider the visually impaired and blind people worldwide, then we talk around about 250 million people. For Germany, in the age group from 18 to 60 years old, that would result in about 325,000 people of serviceable obtainable market. For our entry market, we plan to target 10% of the sum. It was such a pleasure to master this with our awesome team, consisting of Jessica, Leonard, Simon, and myself. By the way, you cannot even use our app just as a native app on your phone. You can easily access it also in the browser under covision.app. Thank you for your attention. We're happy to answer your questions.
Awesome, Team CoVision, you're just on time. So jury, you can jump straight and ask everything you want.
Yeah, maybe I can start. I really love this, obviously, right? Coming from healthcare and working at a company who provides these tests, this is great to see, and I love that. So I was wondering a little bit on the tech side, right? So where do you actually get all these sort of tests, your training data images for example, for positive tests from? Do you have synthetic data? How do you take care of lighting conditions and so on? Maybe you can share a bit about that.
Yeah, that was quite one of the most important challenges. So we had different sources of getting the data. It was together for the challenge setter gave us some image data. We also collected from private chats. So people who have negative tests, but not too many people who have positive tests. But in the end, we want to have like a similar amount of positive and negative tests. And we also tried to go by hand through the data set to leave out the tests which are really poor quality or an angle which is not comparable to the user. So the user makes a photo exactly above the test. So that was a challenge, but in the end, we managed to get a good data set, I'd say, because we have a really good performance of the model. So we have like around 250 images for training with same amount of class distribution. So yeah.
So maybe a question from my side, or two questions. One on this topic is how robust is your model? I mean, you those out, but maybe those are exactly those that you may want to have in order to make the model more robust.
Yeah, that's true. but I think you have to differ between images which are maybe made from a completely strange angle, and differ between tests which are just or slightly having the second red stripe. This is also something we have to consider and will consider in the future, because we didn't have too much time to get all the data, but that's especially something we will focus on when improving the app.
Yeah, so the prediction, do you have also a voice guided option in the app?
Yeah, since it's for visually impaired or for blind people, we had a talk thanks to the State of Munich, who provided us or who connected us with a blind people association. We were able to talk with visually impaired, and they told us how they use apps on their phones, and they're mostly audio guided. So we also implemented an audio guide, which is explaining the instructions and going through each step individually.
But also the results?
And the result is also
okay.
shown. Yeah.
Okay, we can handle one more question, and yeah. Jury, would you like to ask one more question?
Maybe I asked something because I'm still struggling how a blind person can do the test by his own. Maybe I'm just not aware how that can work, because if you can handle a test and do it with the app together, how are these people instructed? Is that something which the state of Munich or the city of Munich is also taking care about, that they get informed? Because it's something, even if you have it available, how do the people get it and how can they use it, that they are, if they are really by their own, you said it's especially 24/7, they can do it whenever they want. How that works, maybe just a glimpse, because I'm very interested in.
So like they have a test at home, and we talked with blind people, like I said, and they know how to do a test. So they know how to stick something in their nose or in their mouth. But for that, we also implemented a guide who reads the QR, because tests also differ, like for how many drops are you putting into the test. But they can do it on their own, the whole test. But in the end, they cannot see how many stripes are on the test.
That is clear. I just, are they used to? And this is
important. They are used to, yeah.
I actually don't have any more questions because Judith asked it. I had also exactly this question. So Judith, thank you. And yeah, I think now we can go directly through the giving up the points. So we will start with Fabian.
Great. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you already heard it. I really like this. I think, the impact is maybe not as wide as you would have for fake news, which kind of impacts everyone. But I really like the fact also, to consider the needs of things that go beyond the mainstream. So I'll give 5,000 for that. And on the business side, I think it's great to have that for free. Not sure what, I thought about why not charge the providers of the kits, right? Maybe you can carve out something that is useful or relevant for them. For instance, giving feedback on why a test didn't work, how people use it, why they use it wrongly, and so on. So I think there's still some room to improve, but I think there's good potential. So 4,000 on that end. On the tech side, I like that. I think it's cool to be able to scan the barcode. You have a combination of state-of-the-art models to first crop and then classify. I like that. I give you 5,500 for that.
This is very generous. I think it's time for Anton.
Sarah is on mute. So
yeah, Anton.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, great.
Okay. Sorry about this. I muted myself. I feel that this is, even though it may be a small percentage of the population, it's a very important app. I feel this is a very good challenge from which you've had. So I'd like to give you 5K on the influence. On the tech side, I trust you've worked with the Association of Visually Impaired People, and you have worked out something which is answering the question that Judith was asking, because I was asking myself the same question. So I give you 5K. There are actually a couple of companies that are startup at the Venture Lab, which are doing exactly this sort of synthetic data generation, which Fabian was referring to. On the business side, I think you are cutting yourself short. In other words, if you have got something that works, you can probably get some type of one-time grant which give you over the 2K. So I think that you should be a little more bullish. So, but I give you 3K because of course there will be some work. But I feel it's a great example. It's a great case. I'm very pleased we have you as the finalist.
Excellent. Next will be Wolfgang.
Thank you. Influence 5,500, because just if it's less people, it still has very high influence, and it's very important to serve those people. Business, I guess you indeed. I had one idea. I thought, especially for COVID, you could charge people for making a test, and your app checks that the test is being done, right? Such before you go party, you don't need to go to the test center anymore, but now you just do this with the app. And once you have enough data, you could basically, people could charge for the comfort of doing it in their home, but still getting a certified test results through the app. And that could be a prime service, for instance. In tech, yeah, you nicely in this short time implemented sort of a state-of-the-art stack as well, 4,500 for that. Oh, business 3,500, sorry.
Okay, next will be Judith.
First of all, really amazing that you already could present a solution after 48 hours. And I really like it so much that you went back, that you got through it. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. And there is a very concrete need, and you have the answer now. This is amazing. Therefore, it's from that aspect, social and influence, it's 6,000 clearly for me. I think from the technical perspective, it's AI based. It's maybe a little bit more simple than the other cases we saw. But I think anyway, it's so good that you have a solution here and that you are trusting in it, that it already works now. So this is 5,000. And for the business case, as you say, it's something social. I would go a little bit more bold, but as we have right now the need for it, and you can present that already to the city of Munich and say, I have here your solution you need. I'm pretty sure you can ask them for sponsoring something more, but I would give 5,000 for it because I really like it how you did it, and that you just said, here's the solution, we want to contribute. Really great. Thank you to see that.
Thank you so much, David. You will be next.
So first of all, thanks for the presentation. I wish we had that solution a bit earlier, but better late than never. Impact 6K, BIS 3K. From a tech point of view, I give 5K because I really like that you also talk to the people that you were targeting and also include their feedback during the development. What was missing or was why not 6K was simply because I have some concerns on how robust those models are, because you can also think about the implications, right? What happens if your model will make a mistake? Who will be responsible for that? Thank you.
It was brief but very informative. So next will be Munir.
Yeah, amazing. Let's say cause. Appreciate it. You're working on it. Really something that people usually neglect, and appreciate the cause. From the technology side, I'm highly impressed, to be honest. You had limited time again, considering that, and you provided us the complete solution. I was also having the question, do you have some kind of voice-based navigation, right? Because we want to help them out, and you have it. That's amazing. And use the AI as well. So 5.5K from the technology side. And for the influence, again, I don't need to explain how important this concept is. Only, let's say, recommendation from my side is that we are only focusing on, let's say, the rapid antigen test, right? Rapid test. Let's say, is it antigen or something else? But is it possible, or think about it, can we do it for other things as well? Let's say blood sugar level test or something like that. Help them as well if you can integrate in your app. But still, 5K for that as well, for the influence part. The KPIs are clear, what we are trying to achieve. From the business side, I'm a little bit struggling, right? So you guys are really amazing. You're doing good things out there, but it's not sustainable. Few years time, you might lose that, you know. So you need something. You need some kind of model, or you might want to hire someone to expand it. So for that purpose, I'm going to give you 3K. Idea might be have a partnership with test kit, you know, the test kit providers that provide these type of test kits. You know, collaborate with them. They might, you know, help you out to expand the program. They also want to help people, right? So maybe that might be one of the ideas. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jory, for your amazing feedback. Now we would like to find out the current state of the coins, and it will be now visible. It will take a slight moment, but it was really exciting pitch.
Absolutely, I agree. For me, this is really something, and I think the team also should Slack their QR code for the app into one of our Slack channels. I think
Definitely.
Slack channel number 2 would fit quite well.
Yeah, and then we'll share it around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they really done a great job, and as we can see, they are following the team 42. So basically, currently they are taking a second place, and then they're followed by the Czech crew, and then by Bonk. So yeah, so 4 teams doing really pretty great.
That's true, absolutely. And now we're heading to finalist team number 5, which is called DS at LMU. Maybe you could also enlighten us later what this name means and how it comes from. They tackled the challenge healthcare computer vision for the developing world with our challenge provider MI4 People. And so I welcome you guys very much to our stage. You have prepared us with you prepared a comprehensive pitch, and now it's time to share the screen. How are you?
Hi, thanks, we are fine.
Hi.
You want to explain what DS means? Yeah, so DS at LMU means data science at LMU because we are all studying in the same master's degree.
For us. So please go ahead, you have 5 minutes to pitch your idea.
Great, okay, hello everyone. We are team DS at LMU, and together with MI4 People, we present to you DeepArray, an automated diagnosis app for X-rays. First, we'll talk about the problem and solution, then we'll show you a quick demo of our prototype, and then we'll talk about our business model. What's the problem? Worldwide, there are many instances of bad healthcare. In some countries, only 35% of patients get the correct diagnosis, and a lot of patients are actually harmed by the treatment that should heal them. Our solution is DeepArray, an AI model that gives an automated diagnosis for diseases based on X-ray images. You can use it as a second opinion after you get diagnosed by a doctor. In the later stages, we even plan to use it as a first opinion if no doctor is available at all. We will deploy the model for free as an app for smartphones. Our solution is a big model. We tested several and we chose ResNet 50, which we will then distill down to a smaller model, which can run on any device. To deploy it, we choose a React Native app as the end user solution. The data poses several challenges. Some classes are quite rare, so we use augmentations to improve the training and to make it more robust because our model in the end will pass real-world images. What does the customer get from our app? They receive an automated diagnosis and are also well informed about the uncertainties connected to this automated diagnosis. Now, Söngi will show a demo of the app. Meanwhile, you can also check out our design prototype via the QR code.
So here's what the X-ray image for the chest looks like, and now it will be scanned by the app.
Yeah, what you see is the real application implemented by React Native. To get a diagnosis of the chest X-ray image, I will take a photo by clicking this button. Then it will show the camera. Then I will take a photo of it. Then I can retake or I can get a diagnosis. So if I click this button, then it will show the disclaimer that this treatment should be discussed with the medical specialist. And if I click OK, then it will show the disease with accuracy and taken photo with the description.
Thank you, Sanghi. So for us, it's really important that our main beneficiaries are provided this app for free. Now we're gonna make that happen with 3 different revenue streams. Firstly, being the grants from governmental organizations like the EU and the German government. They have development funds that will help with this. Next would be donations, corporate donations. And our most important would be small service fee that would be charged to healthcare professionals in developed countries. And we're going to make sure that they're aware that the fee that they're paying is actually helping the app to be free in developing countries. Our main competitors are medical technology companies and research projects like Chester AI. The way we differentiate ourselves is by firstly having small or no fee. Second, having really lightweight model, which is compatible with old and cheap devices and can also be run offline. The third is that the AI pipeline that we've established, starting from data augmentation, model training, and so on, this can be rapidly expanded to further use cases. So our market, our TAM, is all healthcare workers providing patient care worldwide. Our SAM is healthcare workers that report willingness to use a smartphone during patient care. Our SOM is actually healthcare workers in our entry market countries like India, Indonesia, and Vietnam, which are technologically capable, but also have a good smartphone and internet penetration. So our roadmap looks like this. We are already ready with the MVP. We've established the AI pipeline. We've defined the business model. In the next phase, we're going to talk to our partner doctors and healthcare professionals. In the next phase, we'll incorporate their feedback, improve the model, and start collaborating with NPOs to actually deploy it in our entry market countries. After that, we'll actually release our code and our model to open source community so that they can help us improve the product. And we're going to scale up adoption of the app and finally deploy it on a large scale. You may ask why now? So the state-of-the-art algorithms are at par with human doctors. We have standard huge label datasets available, which helped us solve the cold start problem. And finally, the problem of misdiagnosis is large scale, and we urgently want to save lives. We're a team of 5 people from 4 different countries. Nicholas is really good at machine learning and entrepreneurship. Selen is really great at data engineering and UI UX design. I do machine learning and software engineering. Sunghi, as you saw, does app development and data science, and Tolga does business administration and data science. And we all study.
I think this is also a very good final word. Is there anything you want to say besides thank you? Or I think you're basically done, right? So thank you very much for your presentation. Now it is time for the Q&A session with our jury. And I think now we really can leverage all the expertise in our jury. I mean, we have Infusion in our jury. We have Siemens Healthineers on our jury, as well as Roche Healthcare Explorers. And so, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. So nice, guys. I think it's cool. I like to see this example. What I struggle to understand a little bit is, so how this is a targeted, it's like a classification type of problem, right? So you kind of have a predefined set of diseases or states. So what do you do if you see an image that you can't really predict on because you've never seen that before?
Thanks, great question. We are planning to use, besides the uncertainty quantification, also out of distribution detection, which leverages models like autoencoders to detect images that are very unlike the training data, and then we will output a very low probability or give the user additional information that in this case we cannot make a diagnosis.
What were the diseases that you can successfully detect in your MVP, and how many data sets, how many patient data have you used on the initial training?
Our training data is 3.7 gigabytes and consists of 15 diseases, which all appear in chest X-rays.
So there are a total of 15 diseases. One includes no finding. And actually, many of these diseases are very rare in the data set. So what we did was we sampled those rare classes from a much larger data set in order to compensate and balance out these classes and help our model learn better.
And you mentioned value prop. One of the unique value prop is lightweight model. But as I remember, you mentioned using ResNet, and now you're mentioning expansion would be using autoencoders. And those models are humongous. So how are you planning to make them light model?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So as we mentioned before, we are training a bigger model like ResNet 50. That training happens before the model is deployed. Then we use a model distillation process where our bigger model becomes the teacher, and then a smaller model like ResNet 18 becomes the student. And there's already research that shows that there's a very small drop in accuracy if we follow this model distillation process. And we finally deploy this lightweight model along with our application.
Maybe a very naive question from my side. So what is, you mentioned, or this way, so what is the root cause for misdiagnosis?
There are, I would say, two root causes. One is inadequate training of medical professionals, but the more frequent cause is maybe just that there's too few medical professionals for too many people in some regions of the world. So the doctor either cannot spend much time or has to take shortcuts in treating so many people.
Would that be not a challenge for you then to get new data set in order to improve your model? Like good quality data set?
For some of the diseases that we want to classify already, there is a lot of very high quality training data, which makes our approach possible now. So we actually don't need to gather so much more data there. Of course, it's good to improve the model later with the newly collected data. But in the first step, we also don't plan to collect the user's data. The user makes a prediction offline, and therefore we also preserve the privacy of our users.
Actually, we can. Sorry.
Yeah, I think, David, we have to cut it here, unfortunately, although you asked some very, very good questions, as well as some very precise answers, in my personal opinion. We are slowly then going into the investments of our jury. For me, this personally was quite interesting because I was not so much involved into healthcare, and due to the Makeathon, I got invested interest-wise much more through the expert talks, also through your presentation today. So thank you very much. And so I would like to start with our jury member Antoine with his investment.
So I'm not a specialist of the medical sector, but I think that it's very. I like the fact that you have a demo which is already there. So I'd like to give you 5K for once again for doing these elements so fast. I think this is really important. Business-wise, I'm still struggling on whether you're going to be able to build a lot of data to be able to have the ability to understand which are the type of disease that you want to be looking at. I was a little unclear on this. I think this is something that needs to be further developed. But then to do this, you got to have domain knowledge of what are the issues with the medical knowledge, which are on the countries that you're looking. So I'll give you a 4K for this one. And on the influence, I think this is pretty important. So I give you 5K. And I give you a 500 point on top of the influence because you got a cool Asher t-shirt.
Maybe let's see if we can actually count this, but this is then something that the back office has to decide. Up next is Wolfgang.
Thank you very much. So also being from the field, actually, it's very impressive how much you got right, how much you considered, how many aspects, both business and technology, how knowledgeable you have become about all of this. So this is really impressive overall. Influence is quite high. I'll give 500. Business, of course, you have all of us against or with you. So eventually you're going to team up, whether you start with our companies or we partner up one way or another. What you maybe missed in the business aspect a little bit is that you're really solving like the main problem in big data and medical without trying to specialize all that much. And this is a very high risk. So usually you have to, in this very big market where everyone wants to own the platform also, you have to find yourself maybe a little bit more of a niche than just saying we want to target third world countries. A lot of others want to do that as well. So I'll give 3 for that, but still all of it is very impressive. In tech, I give 5,000 because you got so many things up and running and so many things considered, including some data augmentation and stuff like that. So.
And now we're moving to Judith.
So I'm really struggling, I need to tell you. So the presentation and how you did it as a team, I really like it. Yeah, we can see here a result of a team, and you also can show us with the app already a great result. So from the technical perspective, you get 5,000 from my perspective. Where you need to convince me a little bit more is from the business perspective, because these are a lot of data, and if you really want to get the quality behind, you need that you really can do the right things. Also, if you say, yeah, we want to share it, and that people then can also get access to a radiology in other countries, where it's not so easy to access a doctor. This is really from the social perspective something which I really appreciate. I think we really need it. But from the business case perspective, you need somebody who pays for it, and you need the quality that it's trustworthy. And there, I'm seeing it a little bit like Wolfgang, as you mentioned, the risk. I see a huge risk for that whole business model. Therefore, I'm just giving on business perspective 3,000, and would recommend to re-evaluate how you can overcome those risks. From the social perspective, or from that influence perspective, I would give 6,000, because I think that is something which can answer a global topic worldwide and help people to live healthier and longer lives.
And now we're moving up to David.
Yeah, I keep it short. Impact 5K for the reasons that has been mentioned already. On the biz side, I agree there with Judith. I also think that here domain knowledge is very important to be able to convince hospitals and doctors to rely on your software. And I can tell you 3 gigabyte for image data is not really a lot. So I would assume that transfer learning, or retraining the network over time will be very important, and also to expand the classes as well. So therefore, if you're 3K and from a tech, I really like your presentation. Also the web-based, here I give you 5K.
Thank you very much for your assessment, and we are moving to Munir.
Really great idea and the presentation. Thank you so much for that first. Technology-wise, as I mentioned, like unique value props, when I asked about the lightweight model, I was not pretty much convinced that it was integrated because we didn't saw the results. Like if you kind of made your model lightweight after maybe model pruning, or you might have reduced the precision from the variable perspective, so that should be logged, how much that was reduced afterwards, your accuracy. And also, I was struggling to find out your unique value prop from the whole architecture. Like we saw ResNet is there, from a lot of years now, and all the things. But yeah, you completed the whole application. That's great within limited time. I'm going to give 4K for that. And for the influence side, it's based on the extra image. That's great. But again, the struggle is that you are targeting the patients directly. And you mentioned that it's going to be secondary opinion mostly. And in some cases, it's going to be primary. But mostly it's going to be secondary. So how do we convince patients? Like myself, I'm going to be a little hesitant to put my X-ray under the app, and it's going to recommend me something because I have already visited the doctor. And it might it's kind of scary. So you need some kind of, let's say, explainable AI, or give some kind of matrix to convince the users. So for that purpose, I'm going to give 4,000 for the influence part. And for the business part, revenue streams were, let's say, clear. You are focusing on multiple things here and there, so you have something in your mind how to grow the business. Really great initiative, but approach looks difficult. So if you try to focus all of them at once, like how do we manage that? And you have big players to compete with, right? Siemens Healthineers, Infusion, and all of the great players out there. So a little bit innovation might help, and a little bit going out of the box once it comes to the investments might help. Maybe collaborate with them rather than compete with them. So for that purpose, I'm going to give 4,000 in the business part of the section.
And now coming to the next big player, Fabian and Roche.
Yeah, thanks. Super cool. Guys, I think it's really quite fascinating what you got off the floor in such a short time. Really nice working on these types of problems myself. I know that this is a lot of work. Regarding the social aspect of the influence, right? So I think that would be actually extremely useful. I think it's hard to argue about that, but I kind of don't really buy it, right? So I think at the moment what I see successfully being applied in this field is much smaller, right? Or sort of taking away very repetitive and very well-defined tasks from people. That works well, but sort of solving all of X-ray analysis in one ResNet, I'm not sure that is sort of we're quite there yet. So I think I'll give 2,500 on that end. On the business side, I think what I liked is that you kind of try to specialize and you try to give it a spin into the developing countries and so on. But I wondered a little bit if there's no doctor to do the sort of analysis of the X-ray, who's then going to do the operation, let's say. And on the other hand, if it's a second opinion, right? I really struggle a little bit with believing that there's enough trust in such an AI that people, a doctor would use that really. So I think 2,000 on that end. I don't quite think that this is the right angle to it. On the tech side, I think super nice that you got an MVP running. That's really quite impressive. You did think a lot of things through, so that was really nice to see. But like I said, I think I would have liked to see a little bit more than a ResNet, but still 4,500 here.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive feedback. Maybe in the next round we keep it a bit shorter, all in all. Yeah, for me, very interesting. I hear that sometimes there was also a bit of doubt about this the overall concept, if to trust or not, and so this is maybe something that the team also needs to work on. And now looking at our investment overview, we have 42 as number one, CoVision as number two, then Check Crew and DSLMU now getting into fourth place. For now, Bonk is fifth place. But don't forget, still second round is coming up. And now we're moving to the sixth team.
Exactly, and now we will present our final team, and it's Olorin AI, also interesting name. I don't know, guys, how you coming up with such a crazy names? And yeah, they participated in challenge provided by the Siemens Healthineers, and it's healthcare track.
Yeah, thank you for
Olorin AI, you can share.
So, yeah, we can share. Thank you for having us. We will declare the name at the end of our presentation. You should see my screen right now. Is this right?
Yeah, we see it.
Yep.
Okay, then I will kick off. So welcome to our pitch. We are Olorin AI, the Palantir for healthcare. We want to become the leading solution for data-driven predictive decision-making in healthcare. We will like to take care of two problems. And go into more detail on the one with the case study from Siemens Healthineers WeScan. One is the staffing and the other one is the supply chains in healthcare sector. Both do not use real data to optimize the processes, require resources that are limited, or there is a shortage of manpower. And last but not least, healthcare is extremely expensive. Our solution for these two applications areas can be quickly explained. We use already existing data streams. With the help of our algorithms, we recognize patterns and can make predictions and thus improve the processes. On the one hand, we want to look at a better staffing of workers in the case of Siemens Healthineers remote staff. On the other hand, so the right side, we also see an extremely exciting business case in the supply chains of medical products, such as, for example, drugs. Just a short explanation here, as we will focus on the Siemens Healthineers solution in the following. So supply chains in healthcare market are extremely error prone. For example, there are often shortages of important medications, such as insulin or blood pressure medications, not because there are too few medications, but because they are incorrectly or wrong allocated. Also see for example, the allocation problem with the COVID vaccination. This is of course bad for patients and bad for the business of pharmaceutical companies. We would now like to briefly discuss the specific case from Siemens Healthineers. So we leverage AI here to deploy technicians in a predictive manner to provide more patients with access to MRIs. How does our approach work in detail? We use existing data streams from a patient through the KISS system, Krankenhausinformationssystem. We use hospital and regional data, and we use internal data from Siemens. Also, I've mentioned we use regional data because, for example, it's a way more likely to have a heart attack or a stroke when, for example, Germany plays soccer on television. Our algorithm approach was as follows. So we used 3 types. One is the random forest algorithm, for example, already used for crime prediction. One is the Facebook profit algorithm. That one worked the best here. One is Google AutoML. We've used these to detect trends, make decisions or predictions about how many MRIs per day Siemens Healthineers has to cover with remote technicians. Here we have currently achieved an accuracy of 87% despite a low databases. We can therefore recommend to Siemens how many MRIs are likely to be performed, how much staff will be needed. We assume that here, for example, 1 technician per 9.5 customers will be required. However, this is more a point of view with this kind of data set, and it's more on a conservative approach. So briefly, here's something about the front end. You can select, for example, Klinikum Kossaden, for example, and see how many MRIs will be done on which day in the future. That will be covered by Siemens and with their remote staff. And we have an MVP here. Here are some business facts from the business case for Siemens Healthineers. Just want to mention that we really increase the profit with a conservative approach by 10%. So we increase the profit by 10% and not only the revenue. All right, here again, also the higher the ratio of technicians to customer, the more profitable the business is. So, but here the biggest factor from a business point of view is the market penetration and market share. On the right side, you can see the assumptions on TUM, SUM, SOM, but for the case of Siemens Healthineers. Now we come to our business case. If we as AI not only have Siemens Healthineers as a customer, but also other customers for our staffing and our supply chain prediction product. Just an overview of different market segments on the left side, and on the right side, you can see TUM, SUM, and SOM. The SOM refers to on both solutions that we offer and on the German-speaking market. This market is growing extremely fast and will become even bigger in the next upcoming years. Again, our business model is based on 2 products, which are also priced differently, where strong growth, strong revenues can be achieved, but of course, in the first years of the profit will be negative. Also, to the environment of competitors, it seems to be rather thin at the moment, even though there are some big players mentioned here. So right now we have a unique market position. Another quick look at our major milestones over the next 2 upcoming years. We can.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
If you have a couple of more sentences, you can tell them. And yeah, we need to.
I just want to mention, like, we as a team, I think, bring extremely good combination of industry and tech inside. And also referring to your question, why our name is AI. So Palantir is the stone from Herr der Ringe, and Olorin means Gandalf.
Okay, now I got it.
So yeah, so we are on the good side of data prediction and data analysis. All right, that's it.
Thank you so much. Jury, now you can ask tricky questions, and I think this team is well prepared to answer everything.
Thanks for the presentation. I'll start with a quick one. I think I may have just not really gotten it, but so for the staffing problem, right? So what you're doing is you're basically predicting timetables or schedules, or what are you actually predicting or forecasting?
Yeah, this was a specific case from Siemens Healthineers. So just an declaration. I don't know if Judith knows the specific case, but Siemens Healthineers have remote technicians. They have to take off the MRI and have to be available at night. And the question here was, how many technicians do we need? And if they can't predict them, it's really expensive for them to apply these technicians. And also for hospitals, it's good to have these kind of technicians available, because a lot of German hospitals lose money. They actually lose 400K a year if they cannot have these technicians available.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mentioned that there are a lot of factors that might influence that. Let's say sports event is happening, there might be a lot of injuries, things like that. So did you do some kind of due diligence to check other factors that might influence? Let's say you go to ski spot, you do winter sports, you might get a lot of injuries, people might go for a lot of MRIs. So did you do that kind of analysis before you trained your model? I know that you mentioned you use the Siemens Healthineers data, but out of curiosity, did you analyze other factors as well?
Yeah, there's some good stuff available, actually. We used for this case the Siemens Healthineers data, but I think there are really good public available data. Also, some consulting for companies here in Munich have good data, and we can maybe access this data in cooperating with them.
Maybe another question from my side. Do you have historical data as well?
Sorry?
Do you have historical data as well?
We actually, in this kind of data set, we have historical data from Siemens Healthineers. We also have publicly available data from our historical publicly available data. And yes, we have historical available data. Okay. Maybe not all data that can be implemented. So, but this is often the case.
I think we can take one more extra question and then we would have to move on.
What about your business case behind? So how do you get it profitable?
Yeah, actually, we try to get it profitable. We were here close to what the market tells us, but also we can have a look on what Palantir is offering for other industries. So it was quite easy to get like the kind of data for this business case. Yeah. Or from our perspective, it was easy.
Understood.
Excellent, Jury. Thank you so much for your questions. And yeah, team Olorin AI, thank you so much for your great answers. Question from me. I think it's more like not a question. It's more like kind of discussion. So I saw that in some countries, they're already basically practicing by using MRIs at night. And often such a countries don't have basically the healthcare kind of securities. So then they charging the patients directly, just cheaper, because at night it's just so inconvenient. So this case was very interesting for me, kinda. And like, as I don't have such a deep knowledge, but I know that basically they cannot stop the MRI magnet running through all the night. Maybe I'm correct, maybe I'm incorrect. You always can. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you can. I think you can start an MRI at all day, but as you said, like stuff is not available at night. In this case, it's more better to have stuff available and not really actually doing this MRI scan. This is the best case for hospitals. To getting the reimbursement, but not spending money on it. Yeah.
This is very interesting. Thank you so much. Then we will start with the jury giving up their points. And first we will go with Wolfgang. Wolfgang, can you hear us? Okay, looks like he's currently having a connection problem, so maybe we will move directly to the Judith.
Oh, Wolfgang, I think you just were muted. I don't know.
I don't know. It looks like he having a connection problem.
Okay, good. You see it better than me. So first of all, yeah, also I need to mention it, 48 hours. Yeah, and the challenge was clear. So for Siemens Healthineers to get a solution there, it's of course very valid. And I would give 6,000 points for that you just took that challenge and also find a solution in it. And what we saw, what you already did here, it's really, really amazing from the technical side. I think we will keep in contact. I like it very, very much, but in that short time frame, how you put it in and already got an MVP, and where we just can see how it can help already. Therefore, also here you get from my perspective 6,000, as I'm just getting more insights on it. The business case is something where I like that you broaden it. I also would put it on a global perspective. Yeah, so we just saw here the Germany data, but this, if you get in a broader range, that I think if you see it from that perspective would help a lot. And I give 5,000 here.
Excellent. And now we will move to David. David, I think you're muted.
Now you can hear me? Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. First of all, thanks a lot for the presentation. On the impact, it was a bit very Siemens focused, so I couldn't see the bigger picture, to be honest, to see how we can scale this up outside of Siemens. Therefore, here 5K from Abyss, it looks really convincing to me. 5K here. On the tech, I also really like that you use different models. For me, what is missing is to have an indicator or metric how well the predictions are or how reliable they are. So 5K here for me.
Excellent. What you could tell us?
Yeah, pretty nice use case. And there is a need definitely in the industry when it comes to pole optimization, whether that's supply chain management, that's staffing. So both issues are addressed here. And from the technology side, full-blown implementation is there, right? Pretty, you tried different models for the prediction. That's great. But what I was missing, as I mentioned in my question, was only the Siemens Healthineers data, and they might be working differently than any other industry or any other, let's say, clinics and things like that. So those factors are really needed, and sometimes geological factors might play a role. So for that purpose, I'm going to give in the technology 5K. From the influence perspective, again, no doubt. I mean, it's needed 5K. Business side, good data you pulled out, like how you can grow apart from, your focus was on Siemens Healthineers, but towards the end, you showed how you can grow, outside that as well. But the approach was not clear to me. Like, how do you follow on that data? Who do you talk to? What do you do with that data, right? That was not clear to me. And for that, 4K for the business side. Thank you.
Great. Now we're moving to Fabian.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good work. I also work on real world data, and I know it's hard work to get that sorted. So kudos for doing that. So on the influence side of things, so obviously important for Siemens, from what I understand, but ultimately also for the patients. Obviously, you need the MRI taken. So I'd give a 4,000 here. On the business end, I'm really not sure I fully got this, how it was going to work exactly, but I do see good potential there. There's definitely a market, extension to other machines, devices, and so on, which have maybe similar issues. So I would also give a 4,000 here. On the tech side, I have to say, really great that you've tried different types of models. What I would have really liked to see some sort of causal modeling, right? Bayesian networks, autographical models to get more prior knowledge in there and so on. And I also didn't like it so much that you didn't show any performance measures and so on. So 2,500 here.
Okay, excellent. Now is the turn of the Anton.
Okay, so I am not a specialist of the business side, so I thought that the applicability was probably limited to Siemens, so I put 3K, but I struggled very hard not to increase it after listening to Judith, to be very honest. I feel that the influence, we can see why this is important, although I still that you could do a better job with more practice and knowledge to try to articulate quantifiable, KPI indicators. So I give you 4K for that. And in a small amount of time, I felt there was a lot of technology that was deployed. So I give you 5K for these. And, once again, very strong teams. All the 6 of you guys, this is great to see.
Aww, compliments are always great. So we're having a Wolfgang back. So we would like to know how many points you will give to this team.
Thank you. Sorry, my Teams crashed so bad I had to restart the computer. I give 4,000 for influence and business and tech, to keep it brief, each 3,000. I didn't fully grasp everything from the presentation that you were trying to do. Obviously, doing it with Siemens, you didn't need to get into the business aspects that much either, I guess, so they didn't make you do that. But overall, there's a lot of interesting stuff that you did. For tech, I would have been curious why you guys tried random forests. which is something where you need to develop your own features first. So it's a different technology than the deep learning technologies that we have these days. But in case that was asked, I also was gone for the questions. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Okay, now we have all points from our amazing jury, and we can see the overview of our teams. And as you can see, on the first place, we have currently 42. Second place is gives to the Covision, and on third place, we have Orin AI. And fourth one is following the Czech crew. And the fifth one will be Des at LMU. And the last one is Bonk. But do not forget, it's not the all points our jury have to give up. So they actually will reconsider their given points and give the secret pocket money to all our teams. So the ranking will be adjusted. And right now, we would be really curious what our audience thinks. Like, who do you think is worthy the first place? Please, please scan the QR code or go to menti.com, and the code of the survey is 99266386. Yeah, and let us know, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe I think this is at the moment still the wrong Menti, just for your information. It is at the end of our presentation. So we have the question coming up. Who was your most favorite team? It is still the same code. It is still the same QR code. So please let us know, who do you think is best? Team number 1 is 42. It was about social entrepreneurship. Team number 2 is Czech crew. This was about the disinformation and Twitter. Team number 3 is Bonk. This was about how to measure fertilizers. Exactly. Yeah, with satellites. Then we have team number 4, which was Covision, which tackled the blind or impaired vision challenge from the Landeshauptstadt München. And then team 5 is data scientists science at LMU. They developed a solution for healthcare, computer vision.
X-ray.
Yeah, for X-ray, exactly. And then now the final team, Olorin, coming from the Lord of the Rings, and they want to enable optimum for patient care. So now it is the time for you to give us your answers for the different teams. Just to say it again, I feel like somebody telling a story on the radio, or like, please call now. You know, team number 1, 42, with the social entrepreneurship. Team number 2, Czech crew. Team number 3 is Bonk with agriculture. Team number 4, Covision for the impaired people. Team number 5, DS at LMU. The scans, and then also at the end, Olorin. And I think maybe you guys have also access problems with our Menti at the moment. I'm not sure. Do we already have results from our back office? Maybe you have to click.
Looks like we have a very small technical issue, but it will be resolved very quick.
That's true.
Definitely.
What did you like the most personally, Veronica?
What I liked the most? It's really hard. They all were so exciting, and like, I don't know, maybe I'm personally really into like saving people and such stuff. So I think I would go for the people who developed the solution for the vision impaired. Or I would go, of course, for the MRI optimization, because it's so important that to find the staff who can really provide this service. And yeah, it's just life. Nobody knows what might happen with you next day. So it's good to have a doctors on the place, on the time.
Yeah, at the moment, we still do not see the results from the Mentimeter. So it's team number 6. Okay, So for us now, the team number 6 got the most votes. I expected some bars to be there. Nevertheless, I think this was then Olorin who found the solution for enabling optimum patient care. And so thank you very much. And now I hand over to Veronica.
Yeah, and now we will go for a short break, like 10 minutes. And jury will have some more time to reconsider their votes. So enjoy your break and take some coffee or tea. We hope you enjoyed your break and your drink. And yeah, it's already quite late in the evening, but I think we're doing pretty great. What do you think, Sebastian?
I think we're approaching the end of our ceremony at the moment. Now the most important part is coming up.
Yeah, I think it's the juiciest part for many of our participants. So we and our partners prepared some really nice prizes for you. So we will start with announcement of the meme challenge winner and pub quiz challenge winner. It's our kind of community awards. And then, of course, we want to sweeten the third, second, and first places. So for third place, we prepared 500 euros. For the second place, we will give the 1,000 euros. And for the first place champion team, we will reward them with 2,000 euros. This is really nice money. Imagine how much we can do with it, Sebastian.
Exactly. So we also asked our TUM.ai members what they would actually do with the prize money. There were some technical features, also some, like for example, like a mechanical keyboard was wished with some very special tips. Then also some fashion was in order, but also we had a lot of input about social causes, which TUM.ai members wanted to support in this. We are also the Makeathon with the topic AI for social good. I think this is also a very nice idea. The best idea would be actually to invest it in your challenge and also into your solution. So this might be also the start money for your idea. And yeah, therefore, I like it very much that also the prizes are actually not that minor for the first 3 teams. And at least I think even if you just win the meme prize challenge, you can have a nice dinner. You know what I mean.
Definitely. And yeah, I think a couple of our members even mentioned like we're really working hard, that you enjoy this Makeathon event. So some of them even mentioned vacation. So yeah, and now we want to shortly one more time say huge thanks to our partners. It's Siemens Healthineers, NetApp, Infusion, Deolit, Roche Healthcare Explorers, and Infineon. Thank you so much. Without your support, this Makeathon would be not possible at all.
And also those prize monies would not have been possible without your support. So thank you very much.
And amazing challenges.
And amazing challenges, don't forget them. But now coming also to one of the highlights of our Makeathon. I think it was something that most participants were very much involved in, and which was the meme challenge. It was a very, very close race. Actually, I think we had quite a couple of memes. It was 58 memes were published in the meme challenges. It was actually this was my favorite channel, also as a part of the organization team, because I really got a deep or a good look into the feelings of you and participants. I actually once also did one. Unfortunately, you didn't push it that much. So how dare you?
Exactly.
All in all, 20 participants posted in that challenge, into that channel, which means that basically every participant posted at least 2 memes. So thank you very much for your engagement. I think you made our days easier and more fun. And so congrats to Mutashan, who won the meme challenge with the displayed meme. And I think it's really fitting. Also, there's a lot of kind of a bit of sarcasm in it.
Yeah,
you have to take it with a grain of salt. Nevertheless, I think highly appreciated, and thank you very much for that input. So congrats for winning 100 euros with us.
Enjoy your dinner.
By the way, you also win the award for the most fanciest profile picture. I hope I get invited to the event that you attended there. But now, also moving on to another very interesting event, which was conducted in our team finding events. It was one of the events which was anticipated and also visited the most. We had over 25 teams in that event. In the pub quiz on one of I think it was on the second day of the education days. We had the hosts Martin and Lisa, and they really kicked it off, I think, with a great moderation. We too probably can learn a bit from them. I heard it was like crazy. Unfortunately, I couldn't participate, so I was quite sad because of that. And it was a head-to-head race between 4 teams. It was extremely close. Unfortunately, also, we have to say the TUM.ai team did not win the pub quiz challenge. Nevertheless, at least in the winning team, there was some partial TUM.ai participation. So we wanted to give a big applause, and this also counts for our back office, for Team Joker. Woo! I really have to say, this is really cool that you did it. Also, there were a lot of hard and tough questions, so congrats to you. You also won 100 euros. And so at the moment, I think we are still
waiting for the results of the jury, because it's really tough question to make. It's like all teams were so great. They solved such important questions, and like jury really needs some time to reconsider it. And yeah, I think in the end we will find out our winning team, and it will be great. And I think you're all already excited, maybe a little bit exhausted, but probably more excited, I'm sure.
Yeah, and just to give you a heads up of what you can expect. So we have the third prize announced. Then we will also get some deeper feedback from our jury, which is then followed by our participants. They probably are quite happy that they are chosen now. Then we will go to the second winner, or the silver medal. We're looking forward to that as well. And then we're going to with a small advertising. And I have to say, like, this is really important
one, yeah.
It's a very important one. And so you should already stay tuned for the advertising, which is coming between second and first place.
Do not miss it.
Yeah, like this is basically the most important at this Makeathon closing ceremony. And then we will announce the gold medal, the first place, the gold medal. And this will be then also followed by some feedback from our jury.
It's super valuable that our jury is so involved and giving such a detailed feedback to our participants that they can improve on their solutions and like decide if they want to move with the solution to the market. It's super valuable that it's not stays just like it's beyond, like we're Makeathon, we're giving you this start and then it goes beyond the Makeathon. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think we can really expect a lot in there. I mean, we had also like a great list of different challenge participants.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
they had all such a different skill set. You saw it, and very international. It's like, wow.
That's true. The teams were already very diverse. And now our back office is giving us the great news that we also need, I think, 10 more minutes for our jury assessment.
I'm not
because sure. There's probably a lot of discussion going on at the moment. And yeah, they are showing us the sign. Please do a break, and I think this is maybe also something that we can do, because it seems there is like a lot of discussion going on, and the decision seems not as easy as we assumed in the planning of our Makeathon. So stay tuned with us. Let's have another 10 minutes break, but then we guarantee you that we will have a result and also the winning teams with you.
Yeah, enjoy some drink and grab some snack.
All right, see you there. So welcome back from the break. Our jury finally made a decision. Thank you very much for waiting, but I think it's really worth it, and it's quite exciting what change also happened over the last 10 or 20 minutes, right?
It was very surprising.
Yeah, a lot of discussion.
Moved a lot.
Yeah, a lot of discussion was going in there. A lot of hustling behind the scenes to update the slides, also to fill out our Excel sheet behind it, and also finally reach an agreement. I think this is always the most difficult. But now let's give a big applause for the third place, which is Bonk, which raised from number 6 to number 3 now. Congratulations, team. You tackled the challenge Satellites and Startups and Sustainability from our challenge provider Start Munich. And so I think what is now really important is also to get some additional feedback. And so therefore we would like to ask Judith onto the stage and give us a little bit more insight about why you chose for Bonk and why you basically really pushed this team from place 6 to place 3.
Wow, first of all, congratulations, dear Team Bonk. And in this moment, I think we can congratulate all 40 teams who were working here. And it's a great, great moment now to take you, Bonk, on stage. We had a long discussion. I think you just saw that we needed a little bit, but we were all convinced now getting through in the comparison about the idea behind it and also how you did it as a team, how you presented it as a team, where we said, this is an idea. Yes, we would invest our own money in. We believe in you. And this is really something so great that we are seeing here a lot of more topics where we say we can bring it forward. We believed in your business case. And we also see, and this was very, very clear on the social side, on the value you bring in, yeah, clearly where we would support it. And therefore, after long discussions, we all would like to congratulate you for the third place of this challenge.
Congratulations. And now it's also maybe a good opportunity to that the team comes to the stage. Let's see if we have their stream at the moment. How are you doing, Team Bonk? How does it feel to be third place of the Makeathon 2022?
It feels great. I'm so excited about this.
That's very cool.
Place to the third place. I'm really excited.
Congratulations. So 500 euros are going your way. With the exceptional number of 39,400 TUM.ai coins. Thank you for joining today. And now I'm heading off to Veronica.
Exactly. I'm so excited who will do the second place. Ooh. And it is... yeah. It's Checkru. And they took an educational track. And challenge was provided by the Initiative for Humanities and TUM.ai, and they worked on the combating negative effects of the doom scrolling. So basically, how to say it, misinterpretation of information on the internet. And yeah, we want also to give opportunity to David Dunn from Deloitte to give us a feedback. Why in the end you change your you reconsider your points, and why all jury then went for the Checkru for the second place? We are very curious to know.
I think it was Munir, to be honest. So also, please, Munir, come to the stage.
Very sorry.
So first of all, again, really great efforts by all the teams. So, but we gotta decide right at the end of the day. And you guys did a great job, amazing. Like Checkru, really great idea that you spent time on, that you made sure that, and we kind of tackle these challenges. And these are just prevailing, right? So we want to check the what's happening out there. Is it fake? Is it real? And with new AI coming in and generative models and whatever is happening out there. So you tackle the really great problem out there. And as a whole team, you did an amazing job. And I'm proud to announce you guys as a second winner. So, as a whole, panel, we discussed about it and we all are convinced that you deserve it. So have fun. And I hope that these 48 hours were not just stress and a lot of coffees and all of the drinks, but this was a team. You kind of collaborated with each other and you come up with some great idea. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Huner. And yeah, we would like to hear how Czech crew feels. How do you feel, Dream Team?
Yeah, to be honest, like really surprised. Yeah, we didn't even think like we will make it to finals, but yeah, we always had the spirit. So yeah, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to having presenting today.
Congratulations!
So much for you. We're really lucky to have you as a team at our Makeathon event. And
now we're moving on from this is exceptional team, which got 50,950 TUM.ai coins to a short advertising. But I think this is really, really an important cause. And therefore, I would like to show you one initiative that was brought to us by Antoine Leboyer. And as we're also the Makeathon AI4SocialGood, we want to support this cause. It is for the Civil Relief Munich. It is an NGO helping refugees from Ukraine. And as our also European partner state has such a hard time at the moment, and also especially the civilian population has big problems there. This organization helps refugees to come to Munich, organizes apartments, and therefore we would like to invite you to check the entrepreneurial podcast with Antoine Leboyer, and to also hear about how it was established and how what things they are doing on what issues they came along their journey. And so I would like to invite Antoine maybe to also give us some impressions from this podcast that he had with the founder of the Civil Relief Munich. Welcome to the stage.
Sebastian, thank you, and thank you for everyone who is organizing such a great hackathon. This is quite amazing. But I want to talk about, we are doing something about AI4Good, so I guess that we are all interested in doing something which has a value and impact and which is good. So this is why I wanted to ask a few minutes to you guys to present what these guys are doing. This is an NGO that was started probably a little over a month. And what they are doing, they started really from zero. They are actually they have a number of cars, all driven by volunteer. They drive to the Ukrainian Polish border at Kelm, and they bring back in one day refugees from Ukraine. And they, as they are driving, they look for families which will be hosting them. I was part of Trip 25, in spite of being probably the oldest guy on the team. It was absolutely unbelievable. I was really impressed by the fact of having an impact, being able to get these guys, being able to get people who are totally lost and put them at the door of families in Munich and elsewhere who are really happy to receive them. You can listen to the podcast, which I have done. There's a podcast at the Venture Lab, which is called Entrepreneurial Realities. If you don't know it, it's actually pretty good. And I actually interviewed the founder, which is a fabulous entrepreneur named Marcus Kern. He explained what he's starting, and this is a model for how you want to work as an entrepreneur where you don't have a lot of resources. But one of the things that Marcos has asked me to do is that he's looking for volunteers. He's looking for volunteers who can drive. He's also looking for people specifically that can find time to call families who are volunteer family to do the matching. It's for something that for people that can speak better German that I can do. And it's something that doesn't require basically the 48 hours where you're doing the back and forth of driving, which is much more important. You can find all the information on civilreliefunique.org. I would really recommend that you all do this. What they are doing is absolutely remarkable. And when I was on the convoy number 25, half of the people that were driving were either active TUM students or TUM alumni. So once again, civicreliefmunique.org. It's an amazing time, and you will feel so great after doing it.
Thank you very much, Antoine, for these impressions. I think the first thing that we learned is age doesn't matter when helping. Exactly. And second of all, also language skills doesn't matter when helping. So get in touch with Civil Relief Munich via the QR code. You will directly come to the website, organize calls, donate money, or also help with driving a convoy. And this, as Antoine said, also only in the time of 48 hours, which is the time that you just did the Makeathon, to put it into perspective. And now trying to get the bridge from a very like a more sad topic to a very good topic, because now we will announce
our Makeathon winner. Number 1 place goes to
Covision.
Yay! Sorry.
Applause. And for me, this was also something very, very, very interesting. The first time I read through the challenges in preparation for the opening ceremony, this was something that really stuck to my head, because it was, first of all, it was a good challenge. For me, like also from a business perspective, or as a business student, really easy to understand. And second of all, it just has a really big social impact.
Yeah, huge, really huge.
And so I would like to congratulate Lennart, Mac, Simon Farshid, Raphael Feigl, and Brigitta Jessica Cartono, if I read it correctly, to the first prize and the first place of the Makeathon 2022. They got an amazing 58,250 TUM.ai coins, which is a lot. And therefore, we thank you so much for your participation, for your effort, and all the passion you put into your solution, into the prototype, and into the business model.
Exactly. And now I think exactly right now, David Dunn can give us a feedback. He's from Deloitte. Yeah.
First of all, congratulations, and also very impressive performance by all the other teams as well. And we had a heated discussion in the background to decide. And with Covision, you tackled a still existing problem, as I mentioned also previously, that I wish we had that solution earlier. You solved it really well, technology-wise, good tech stack. You had a working MVP. And also what I really liked and enjoyed was that you included a domain knowledge in your product. From a biz point of view, you also thought beyond. So what happened after COVID, you could take to your technology and also expand it. And you showed us that you can expand with that technology into other applications as well. So from my side, congratulations to you guys. Enjoy.
Excellent. Now we want to hear what Covision team thinks about it. Are you excited, guys? Tell us more. What do you think? How do you feel?
Yay, we're excited. We're super happy for one, and yeah, we're super like looking forward to take the idea forward. And yeah, I think we can use the money and put it to really good use.
Yeah, so what we want to encourage you is also to stay in touch with the Landeshauptstadt München, and also with the NGO that you were already in touch with I don't recall the name at the moment, but I think like you can really, really do impact, and you really, really deliver value. And so congratulations again. This is something that you can not only put into your CV that you won the Makeathon 2022. This is also something that you can tell all your friends and family, and that you really rocked. We can say that, I think. So again, congratulations. Another applause, maybe also from the back office.
Woo! Back office!
And now, also for us, this is quite a relief, I can tell you.
Yes.
We also made it.
Yeah. I would never made it without this amazing moderator, really.
I also have to thank Veronica very much. And this is why a big, big thank you is also in order to so many people. And so that I don't forget, I also wrote it on the slides. I want to thank all participants from all challenges, which came up with so many creative ideas, which we saw in the track jury as well. And therefore, like, it's important to us that we will also send you the feedback. So thank you for participating in this year's Makeathon. Then second of all, I would like to thank all of our sponsors. Without you, without your support, this would not have been possible. And therefore, not only supporting us financially, but also supporting us while the
with
organization,
your experts, yeah,
with the experts,
it's so valuable.
And also with the support of your challenges, because we had sponsors which also set challenge setters. And this brings me to the next point. We had 9 great problems from different challenge setters, and they also supported the teams with over the whole duration of the Makeathon with their answers when they had questions. So it's not only coming up with the idea, coming up with the financial support, but also with the support of the people behind those firms, NGOs, and also government institutions. Next, I would like to thank all the experts. We had so many workshops and expert talks over the last 2 weeks. First of all, in the education days, but also in the deep dive days. This cost a lot of preparation and time. And so thank you that we were able to learn, discuss our questions, and get some knowledge from you. And after all, and I think this was also a really, really amazing experience for me personally. I joined TUM.ai last year in November, so roughly 8 months ago.
Something like that.
Since then, we started to organize the Makeathon. I didn't expect that we would pull off a project like this. So I want to thank so many people with TUM.ai. First of all, the IT department who supported us, the Makeathon department, with streaming and the website. Then the crazy marketing department who really pushed that you all apply, that our sponsors have a value out of it, which made all these frameworks, the Instagram content, the videos, and so much more. So check out our website, it's really cool. Then next department, partners and sponsors, which basically got you all on board, from the jury, which got the challenge setters on board. This was really, really cool and in such a short time. Then I would also like to thank legal and finance to make the contracts for our sponsors, that everything has like a sound basis. Then at last, I want to thank the Makeathon team, which put a lot of effort in it, from the application phase to the jury concept, to the moderation, to the food on the table at tonight's after show party. And so I would like to really thank everyone, and especially I want to call out 2 people, and hopefully also this person now comes in. First of all, Armin, which is the head of our department, and then also Neira. So Neira, please come to the stage.
Yeah.
And move in. Yes, she's like cursing me. This woman really pulled it off and organized and coordinated so much stuff while doing so many other things. So thank you for being such a great head of our department. And I think now it's time to move on to nearly the last slide.
Exactly. Do not forget, we have upcoming events. And first, I want to repeat ourselves again. So you might consider to join our organization, because as you can see, we're doing awesome things. So we would like to get you also on board. We're currently having an application phase going on. So please apply till 7th May. Do not forget. So, and then we are really would like to, how to say it, that you will stay connected with our partners and not just like leave your achievements just the way they are. Just push it, continue, just don't give up. And one more time, thanks to all of you, for our experts, to our jury, partners, sponsors, to our participants, and of course, winning teams. And of course, the money transfer and further questions will be answered in Slack. So do not worry, just contact us. Yeah, everything is great.
So we from TUM.ai, I wish you a very nice evening. Have fun celebrating. Jury may relax now. A good night. And join us with TUM.ai. Connect, learn, and collaborate. Good night.
Bye-bye, good night. Amazing work.
And now we
party.
great
Maybe I should
job.
mute myself first.
Amazing. Well done.